Hi, everyone, and welcome to today's rather lazy live stream featuring me, Misha Garrick. As you can see, I'm lying back against a pillow. I am currently snuggled in bed with two cats, but I will still be getting some things done. It's winter, you know, comfort is important when you're working from home and all that. But do let me know what you are planning to be doing and yeah, do share some thoughts, give updates on your life. I want to know all the important things. So, yeah, I've actually wanted to start a bit earlier today, but for some reason my brain's just on slow strike. So I actually decided instead of doing a very intensive pomodoro style sprint, we will still be doing sprints, but I'm just going to be a bit more chilled today because it's Monday. My weekend wasn't long enough. I'm just, as you can see, I'm a little tired. I don't really know why. Probably for health reasons, but yeah, probably I'll talk about those a little bit later. But yeah, it's going okay. I just have some things to do, and I thought, why not just run a stream today and just systematically get things done, even if it's not as intense and like, oh, rah rah, we are going to do it today. Uh, so let me just quickly show you my Trello. I am adding to the stream. There we go. I'm going to make it a bit bigger. There we are. So I have a lot of things. I think if I just quickly scan through, let me just run all the way down. Oh, there's one that says start stream. So I can check this off. Okay. So, all right. So this is, let me just also sort by due date so that I can be sure that I have all the things that I wanted to at least look at doing today. All right. Okie dokie. All right. So uh, we have on my menu for today, um, just checking 25 things, but there's actually one more, which is to work on a communications plan. That one, which I basically the deadline is for Friday, but I would like to start working on that sometime early this week still so that I can add little bits at a time rather than trying to crash course it. And I don't really want to postpone it because I actually want to get this stuff done now. It's uh, basically I've been working to establish my company for freelance and contract work, and the back end of it, so things like the tax, the VAT, the registration, all that stuff is basically done. But I still have like the front end stuff, so the way that I want to approach my clients, the branding I want to use, all that stuff I still need to do. And I've kind of been putting it off due to a variety of reasons. The first being that I was until recently quite busy with projects that came in and catching up on things that I've been struggling to finish for a while. And then on the other side, I also had health problems since last year, which is also partially why I basically disappeared off the face of the earth when it came to social networking. Because, you know, if you're not on Facebook, are you even really alive? But the biggest thing was after Easter last year, I basically got a physically diagnosed exhaustion caused by adrenal fatigue. And what that is basically is I spent 5 years under chronic stress with a body that does not actually produce enough adrenaline. Um, and then when my fight or flight finally came to an end because of a major project finishing, I just basically crashed completely, totally, completely. No questions asked. I was just kind of out of it. And then with that, how to phrase this? Things happened in my personal life that were life altering and mind altering, and just it was intense, guys. Like, uh, So much so I'm still struggling to talk about it. I can sometimes write about it in little bits and pieces at a time, but talking isn't always the easiest for me. But basically, um, I made some important steps to protect my mental health out of a very toxic situation. And it was difficult. It was um, traumatic. um, so it took me basically stepping away from everything to recover, because I was dealing with this emotional fallout on top of all the other stuff that was like going on with my health at the time. And then it's taken me the better part of 2 years now to recover. And then I discovered a couple of weeks ago that I have high blood pressure. And then with the high blood pressure, I started taking medication, but my doctor told me to start monitoring so that I can be sure that the medication actually helps. And then the weekend after I got diagnosed, my heart rate spiked first to 172 over 101. And then after that, because I guess I had a bit of an oh shit reaction, it spiked to 199 over 110. So, for reference, 180 over 100 in blood pressure. So, the measurement for blood pressure, by the way, millimeters of mercury. 180 over 100 is considered to be a hypertensive crisis, which is to say, this is where you start thinking that you might die. And I did. I very much did. Or worse, I was kind of afraid that I would not die, but stroke out and basically either be hooked up to machines or, I might survive, but I might not be capable of using my brain ever again. So that was, to say it was terrifying was putting it mildly. But this kind of did, in the end, I was fine. So it was a bit of a false alarm. I'm guessing what happened is that I spiked my blood pressure by having a bit of a panic attack without realizing it. I do that now. That's fun. But the end result of this was that I basically I survived. I'm fine. And also, the doctor said that there's nothing wrong with me in the end, other than the blood pressure. But he put me on better medication that works better. But the part of this is now I'm guessing that until my body fully adjusts to the medication, I'm going to deal with being tired a lot again for different reasons, but tired a lot more often. So I'm having to find ways to kind of work around that to get things done because I still want to do things. I'm so tired of being tired. So yeah, that is a thing I am dealing with right now. But that's basically partially why I stepped away and then why I came back. And because of that, I've like had that moment of like I don't want to go because I'm not ready. I have so many things I want to do, so many things I want to achieve. So I don't want to procrastinate as much as I have been because I do realize why I've been doing it. It's been to kind of conserve energy, but it is still preventing me from doing things that I wanted to do. So I'm trying to strike that balance as well of like finding a level of work that is good for me while also not exhausting myself the whole time. So yeah. Heavy start to today, but that's basically where I'm at, and that's also why I decided to stream because I did want to stream either today or tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have load shedding, so I kind of have today as a window of opportunity, and then I just decided You know what? It's not perfect. I kind of am starting this today a bit tired, but you know what? Let's make the best of this anyway and just see how much we get done. But yes, I see someone left comments, so let me go check them out. Sage is here. Hi, Sage. Welcome back. And Sage is also saying, we are going to do it today, but we are not going to stress ourselves out about it. Exactly. We are going to do the things. When? At some point. But we are going to be actively working on things. So, with that in mind, I think I'm going to just quickly set us up for a sprint. And also, just a heads up, I kind of chose the worst time to start because I'm probably going to be called to dinner or lunch soon. So I'm going to probably run us a longer sprint at some stage. But c'est la vie. We are going to, that is what we do now. We are going to do long sprints and short sprints and happy sprints and no sprints and just see how it goes and play it by ear. And Sage is also saying, I should also do the lunch thing. Indeed, we need to feed ourselves because we are basically houseplants. Water, nourishment, sunlight. We need those three. So with that in mind, let me just quickly decide what I want to do today. All right, so back to the Trello, because I got distracted telling you guys my sad story. Okay, so uh, I'm also part of my change in how I'm doing things. I actually changed how I actually approach my to-do list a lot since the last time we spoke, but I'll maybe talk about it a bit later if anyone is interested. But basically, for now, suffice it to say that I am basically picking things in 2 hour windows. So I'm going to say basically from count this as like 1 p.m. So from 1 until 3 p.m. I want to do some things. So let me see. Think I'm going to do storytelling. No, wait, I'll do that later. No, this kind of counted as storytelling, but I'll mark it off later if I need to. I think let's see this one. So basically, I'm just kind of setting this up and then I'll start going after them. 5 jobs, and then I think I want to also do some meditation because I haven't done that today, which might also help my energy levels. So let's see. Okay, so breathe, daily meditation. I was actually very naughty about my meditation. I just realized I didn't meditate at all this weekend. But it was a bit of a rough weekend. We did a lot of things. So, hey, why didn't you work? Copy, paste, edit, change time, edit date. There we go. All right, so I think that's probably as good a start as any for now. And if I run out of things to do within the next couple of hours, I'll just pick more things. But if you're wondering about shower being at the top of my list, it's currently one of my favorite things to do because it is so freaking cold. But it's also one of the things that I hate to do because it's so freaking cold. But so what I like to do is actually take a shower in the late afternoon rather than in the morning and evening because I find at the moment that's the best temperature to get in and out of the shower. So that's why it's there, but not quite on top. Oh, and of course I forgot to share. Okay, so that's the list now. So it's lunch, applying for 5 jobs, which is like freelance contract things. We'll see if I find anything because lately Upwork has been a little bit barren. I have to say it's a which is also part of why I decided to really work on setting up my business again because I need to move away from those platforms because it, they don't serve me as well anymore. So I just need to knuckle down and do it, but at the same time I need to make sure I earn enough money to eat. So it's a little bit of a balance. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Okay, so Sage is saying that that makes sense about my shower habits. Okay, so I am going to activate the timer. Let me just put on my sprinting timer, and then I'm going to count us down for the first 25-minute sprint. So, uh, hmm, I keep forgetting it does that. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. See you in 25 minutes. And time's up, lovely people. Let me know how you did. On my side, I started working on applying for some work. So far, only found one job. So, yeah, Upwork is looking a bit bleak today. But yeah, this is why I want to move away from Upwork and Fiverr and places like that and just do my own lead generation on some level. Not exactly. I haven't quite decided yet, but yeah, no, it happens. But we'll get there. But I'm just I just feel like sometimes building up my own business away from Upwork is probably going to be a better way of spending my time because especially now with AI, yay, uh, people are even worse about like, hi, I have a thing that I want to have written, but I don't want to write or edit or literally do anything to do with the act of actually creating the story that I want you to write. So, no, no, thank you. No, pass, pass. Not just that. I will pay you $10. And then it's like, no, why? Why? If you're paying me $10 to write you like an article, I'm practically paying you to write the article. So yeah, that's been that's been a lot. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Nova's here. Hey, long time no see. How are you doing? I see Nova says that's 0. That is fine. We are laid back and chilling out today. And if we happen to get something done, uh, I'm just laughing. And then Nova saying, okay, so what has been going on? I missed your face. I missed your. In my defense, I was left unsupervised. Uh, what do you call it? Avatar. So it's just like, yeah, I missed you guys. It's been a while. It's been a lot. I actually mentioned it earlier in this video already, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But had some health problems, had some personal life problems, had some, you know, just problems, and decided to take a step back and just kind of recover first before I made a reappearance. But it's a it's been rough, but I'm back. I'm alive. I'm alive. Uh, Sage also just agreeing to what I said about Upwork being bleak at the moment, saying, "Yep, don't come in here with your offers of 3. I'm assuming 3 South African cents a word." Yes, agreed, agreed. Uh, and then Nova also saying, "I had to move like 3 times this year." Yeah, I've moved. Well, this year wasn't so bad. I've moved once this year, so that's okay. And Nova also agreeing that AI basically killed the freelance platform scene. I'm hoping it hasn't killed freelancing completely, but I do think it's going to require a rethink about how we approach it and how we do things. And honestly, I think my long term strategy is yes, I will always be there for my existing clients. But I do think the time has come for my long term strategy to return towards my own storytelling because, yeah, I can tell you guys this. So basically, I started freelancing way back in 2016 um, as a way to pay for to pay my way so that I don't have to be completely reliant on creating content and or fiction or novels or whatever. And also so that I could afford to like hire, editors and book cover designers and who knows what else. Because while I do all these things, it would be better if I could have like a team of people supporting me with things so that I don't have to do everything alone. Um Now again, I have to think about how I word this without airing dirty laundry. But needless to say, I ended up in a very toxic situation where I had to support financially, emotionally, spiritually, and whatever other illy you want to add to my list here. A very toxic situation with me having to carry basically 10 people who didn't contribute for the better part of I think, was it 7 years? Yes. Yes. Charming. So, yes, having done that, uh, that was part of why I now have health problems, because it gave me very unhealthy coping mechanisms, a case of terrible anxiety, where I was in fight or flight mode so constantly that when I came down, I basically crashed for the better part of last year. And when I mean crashed, I'm talking about 18 hours of sleeping to just wake up tired anyway. So, yeah, so that was a thing that happened. And then basically, I became the victim of my own success, because the more I was able to provide, the less anyone else did, which meant that I had to provide more. And then all the, of my freelancing, I became very successful at it, if I say so myself, because if I say so myself, I'm very good at what I do. But the side effect of this was that it ended up basically choking out all of my own writing. Not really inspiration, because the ideas always kept coming, but if you're constantly, you're working like between 8 and 16 hours a day working in creative pursuits, where you have to design things or write things or create things or think about strategy or think about solutions or think about, then you don't have time or the energy afterwards to work on your own stuff. And yeah, that happened. So now I'm basically kind of getting back to a point where I'm like, well, but the entire reason why I started freelancing was so that I could have more time to focus on my things. So now, yeah, manic eyes here. But it's, yeah. So, and then I had my near death fake experience, fake near death experience. I think that's the better way of phrasing it. I've actually had two near death experiences in this past year. Like, what the fuck, guys? Sorry, if anyone is watching this and you didn't know, this is an F bomb positive live stream. But what the fuck? Like, it's the second time this year where I thought I was going to. Or, no, the first time it happened so quickly, I thought I could have died. The second time it happened, it was like, oh God, I might be dying right now. And I don't want to die. I want to live. But anyway, so long story short, all this has kind of scrambled my priorities all over again. And instead of being like, I'm going to make the best freelance business ever, I want to be like, I want to choose my projects very well based on demand, because a lot of my people just keep coming back. So I just need to kind of create a space where more people come in to carry me between those periods where people are coming in. And and then from there, I want to pivot to creating my own content again, not necessarily so much to monetize, but more in terms of just focusing on the creation aspect of it. Because the monetization of my creative capacity was lovely, because it was like, I love my job so much. But at the same time, you kind of lose the joy of creation. Um, so I'm trying to find like a balance between like making money off of creating things and feeling like creating things are now a chore because I have to make money to survive. So yeah, that's basically me right now in a nutshell. So I'm kind of trying to balance that out, but it might take a little while for me to kind of figure out exactly how I would make that work. But I'm figuring, given the fact that I know what I want, I also know what I don't want. And what I don't want is to work myself to death for exploitation rates, because then I could really just exploit myself. That sounds weirdly dark and scary. So it doesn't sound the way it didn't come out the way it sounded in my head. But like, I can literally work, like, if you're going to pay me, $100 to write a romance novel, right? And and I know it's going to cost me $100. I could literally write, or no, it's going to cost you $100. So you think you're going to make more money if than $100 off of your novel, right? So let's add a few bucks because you're probably underpaying your graphic designer and your editors as well. So let's say you're thinking you're making more than $250 off of this romance novel because you want to make a profit. You're in this for business, right? Then it means that if I write a romance novel and I design my own covers because I'm really good at those, I enjoy it. I just don't do enough of it because I never have time. Or when I have time, I don't have the energy. But if I do that, if I write a novel that I would have written for $100 for someone else, and I publish that novel for myself and spend my time marketing myself the way I'm supposed to, but haven't because I've been marketing other people, I would actually make a profit and make more than the $100 because I'm not paying myself $100. So that $100 is going to be a clean profit for me. So remind me again, why would I want to be exploited by being vastly underpaid for the work I'm putting in? Just math isn't making sense to me. So yeah, so it's a process. I'm figuring out how I'm going to do it, but it's definitely my brain is going in that direction. And no, I'm not afraid of AI because I refuse to believe that people are stupid enough to think that AI is going to write any kind of art with any kind of soul. I guess the people who like minimal viable publishing, they're going to be worried because that's the competition. But me, I'm not worried because that's not what I'm into. I'm more of a niche person anyway, so I'm very happy. I don't care if I don't make $1 million. I just want to make a living like in my little space. So I'll carve myself a little space and go from there. And now, with that little monologue over, let me get back to the comments. So Nova saying, "Yeah, what doesn't Amen, amen there. Saying, yeah, what doesn't kill us, better start fucking running. Amen. Yes. Sage saying, I thankfully have enough work coming in at the moment, but sometimes give me £2.50 and a hot dog and I'll do it. Yeah, it depends. But like, because the problem with my stuff is it's very high level stuff. So by that, what I mean is, I don't only do content creation. I do some content creation. So, let me just because I've been sliding down onto my pillows and being very comfortable, but it means that I'm starting to look like I have 15 chins. All right, so I'm also kind of there in terms of like, give me £2.50 and a hot dog if it's not too much work. Like if it's a fair amount of work for that rate, it's fine. But like for me, I'm kind of more in I almost want to say in a managerial position. So what I mean by that is I do, in addition to content, I also do like I oversee publishing, I oversee communications work. So for example, I have the skills to either do the content myself or to bring in contractors to work with me to do things. So what I actually mainly my projects at the moment, what I do is I actually manage this on a strategic level, like branding, marketing, and stuff like that. So the communications part of it, where I'm actually writing content, yes, it's nice, but I can't be underpaid for that because it comes with a certain level of skill that I apply to make sure that the thing that I'm writing is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So it's very hard to give an name. Okay, so an example of this is I worked for a company called this. No, not a company. It was a how to call this. Okay, well, it was a program called the Southern Africa Innovation Support Program, and I worked as the communications manager. So what that then required was that I needed to decide, well, they have a grant fund that they want to make available to people. So I have to not only, because people always think it's as easy as like sticking together a flyer and saying, there, we have a grant fund, but you actually have to convince people that yes, they want to apply, but they should. You should apply. Do the application because I know you're scared. And because of that, I was actually, and I'm quite good at that. My record at the moment, but that was during COVID as well, which is even more of a proud thing for me. Was on organic marketing alone, I got 400 applications for a grant fund. So that was like, but anyway. So point being is that for me, it's like also a balance of you want me to do work. I don't really know how to put this nicely. It's like I it was also my own dilemma. The reason why I'm good at these things is because I have champagne tastes. I cannot pay for champagne tastes. So therefore, I learned to make my own champagne. That's basically the best analogy I can think of. I'm too much of a perfectionist and a pain in the arse to let other people do it up to my specifications without me bankrupting myself to do this. So I taught myself to do all of it up to my own specifications. Now, I'm fine with that, and I think that is a perfectly valid way to go. But I have a problem with people who want to use my champagne level skills and then they want to pay me for Coke. So that's kind of where the issue comes in at the moment. Because now everyone, and then they think that AI is going to compete with me because AI is so fancy and shiny and things. And it's like, you know why AI is so fucking good right now? It's because this person is amongst the top 100,000 people that they scraped for content to teach the fucking thing. Ah. And I'm not lying, this is the truth. They stole my novels, they stole my content that I printed, and they shared all of it with Chat GPT and all those things. So it's imitating me. It's a cheap imitation of what I am doing. So don't come at me and tell me that, oh, well, we can run it through there and make it better. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I wrote the fucking thing. Part of it. Not all of it, but part of it. Enough of it. I'm not going to cheapen myself because of that thing. Then I rather do it for myself. Thank you very much. Anyway. Back to the comments. Nova says, I have virtual assistant income. It ain't much, and it can only keep a cheaper roof over my head. So, yeah. You know, the thing about it is that that's also fine. Like, as long if if you're satisfied with that, there's nothing wrong with like doing that. You know, it sounds weird, but like for me, it's just the mental exercise of like, I just don't want people to feel exploited by other people who are too lazy to do the work themselves. And I'm not talking about, again, um, this is difficult to talk about. I realize I don't want to come off sounding like a supercilious bitch, but like there are people who want to write novels without writing novels. So they hire ghostwriters or they hire you know, they now the newest thing is they're going to get Chat GPT to write the thing for them, and good luck. And now the best thing is they still don't know the basic story fundamentals, so they also want a writer to manage the prompts for Chat GPT so that the results are good enough to be an actual story, because we aren't even going to bother to understand the thing that we're doing. We just want the fucking thing and say, I wrote a book, but we didn't write a book. And then you want to underpay me for the shit. And this is in a nutshell why I don't take the ghostwriting work. Anyway. Nova saying, I'm sorry I had to go through that. Thank you. I appreciate the sympathy. You're a hard worker. Yeah. Sometimes. At the moment, less so. I've kind of gone backwards. It feels like. And Nova also saying, your brain is a muscle. I used steak to help it when I would write. That is true. Brain is very much a muscle, but mine is, you know, like when you exercise too much and your whole brain just goes like, ow. That was where I was last year. Nova saying, "We still love you and your manic eyes." Oh, thank you. I love your fucking face. Just do you. Agreed. Agreed. Uh, yeah, Nova has a good point. You lose the joy because you think everything has been done, but if creativity has proven through time, it shall prevail again, said a wise villain. Yes, 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 indeed. Oh, okay. So Nova says, I will pay you whatever you want. It would be an honor to ask you to help me with my book covers. I'm horrible with it. Yeah, one day I'll show some, like, I have to kind of perfect some of them, and I have a lot of them like in reserve because I haven't announced the books themselves yet. But like one day I will share some. But yeah, I'm more than happy to help people with their covers, and I'm actually more collaborative, I think, than a lot of other people. I don't like tell you, oh, fill in this form. I think I prefer to just kind of sit with people and chat with them, and even read their book and see how what I would suggest for a cover from that. Um, and Sage is saying no for sure. And Nova saying, Misha, you sure are more inspiring than AI. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so with this rant over, I'm guessing it's time for us to get back to a sprint. So I'm going to activate my reminder timer, and then I will jump us into the next sprint soon. Nova saying, cursed. All right, so I'm going to count us down. Let me see how much. Yeah, count us down now, and then I will see you guys. It looks like 25 part. Nope, 5 minutes to the hour. So wherever you are, it should be that more or less, give or take. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you guys in 25 minutes. Hi, sorry to interrupt. Just to let you know, there's still 10 minutes left, but I just got called to lunch, so I'm going to disappear. So if I'm not back by the time timer runs out, please take a break for lunch or coffee or whatever, and then we'll come back soon. I'll be back within at least 30 minutes to an hour. Love you guys. Bye. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing this very softly and gently in the hope that I don't startle anyone, but I am back from lunch. That was a bit of a longer lunch than anticipated because we started talking about ghost stories, and I'm definitely not going to run away from ghost stories being told. But yeah, let me know how you did, and yeah, touch touch base with me. Tell me all the good things. All right, so just checking some comments. Sage said, enjoy lunch. Thank you very much. I did. It was very tasty. Mutton chops and salad and baked potatoes. And yeah, it was nice, nice, nice. And yes, with a side of ghost storytellings. So I love it. And then RC Scott dropped by. Hey, welcome back. Heather said, popping in to say hello and bop the like button. Thank you very much. Always appreciated. And Nova says, back. Yes, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you're still back because I have now returned as well. And then Terry also dropped in to say, hope things are productive today for you. Yes, they're not quite as productive as one would hope, but you know, such is life, such is life. We can live with this. We're trucking along in peace and quiet and slowly but surely getting things done. But yes, so in case anyone was curious, the ghost story I was mentioning that we were talking about was actually a first-hand account that me and my cousin both experienced in the previous house that we lived in before we moved to this one, with my lovely background of old-fashioned light switch that doesn't work and grody modern-ish plug here that has been ruined and therefore also does not work. But yeah, one day I will have a nice background, but today is not that day. But so let me check in with how we are doing on the productivity scale. So I've applied for one job so far and I've run through about, let me just check, where was I? 20 hours worth of Upwork postings to see if there's anything interesting to apply to. But like I said, Upwork is bleak today. And then I had lunch, and I guess I can count this as to tell a story, so I'm going to copy paste. Although, no, I'll still keep this. I'm keeping this one in reserve because technically I did not tell this story. But by the same account, I kind of want to write something today. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see. So now for those of you who missed it when I mentioned it before, I actually choose tasks in 2-hour windows. So now what my question is between 2 and 4 p.m., what shall I be doing? So the daily meditation is still up. Applying for 5 jobs is still up. But I'm reckoning I applied for one. And if I don't find something on Upwork today, I'm just going to keep it at one and call it done for the day. But yeah. After that, we can do, what can we do? I think I'm going to do that one. And that one. So I'm going to just check my budget and plan a little bit to see kind of what I should be aiming for earnings wise. But it's also, freelancers will be aware of this, but expecting anything to happen between the months of June and August is wildly, wildly, wildly optimistic. So we shall probably be doing the budget checking for no reason. But can do that. Um, right, so I think that's going to be it for now. And then sort by due date so that I clear out the things that I'm not doing today. And there we go. Okay, Sage says, I got distracted and forgot to go get lunch, so I should probably do that. Probably. Lunch is important. Very, very important. So with that in mind, I think so that Sage can go get their lunch. I am going to count us down, and then I will see you in 25 minutes. And this time I will be good about coming back after 25 minutes. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up, ladies, gents, and other awesome peeps. Let me know how you did. And yeah, I am here to listen. I hope you guys are all happy and doing well in your chill sprints with me today. But do let me know how you're progressing and how things are going along. On my side, sorry, I basically just wrapped up the 5 jobs, the 5 job search, but I'm going to basically call it a day because I can only handle so much of like there's literally there was someone who asked like I need someone to write my master's thesis for me, and I'm just like, dude, why? Why? Why would you do that? I'm sorry. That is just like no, I don't get it. Why would you pay so much money to do a master's degree only to have someone else write it? Because I guess yes, you just want to be able to say you have a master's degree in commerce or whatever. But like part of the experience isn't it supposed to be the learning part of being able to do something better than someone else? But yeah, it's weird. And Sage said, I got lunch in the oven and some emails saying, ooh, what do you have? Do share. What's in the oven? What's in the oven? What's in the box? And then Sage also said, no offense, but if you can't be bothered to write your own master's thesis, then you don't deserve a master's. Yes, and I would say the same thing, except I mean all offense. Like 100%, 1000% offense. If you are not going to do your own master's thesis, you're not a fucking master. And if you're not willing to do your doctor's thesis, that fucking little diploma that you're going to get is not yours. It belongs to the person who wrote the thesis. Every offense meant, like, literally, Sorry. Sage saying, nothing fancy in the oven, just garlicky cheese toast. Just that sounds delicious, Sage. Send some to me. I want it. I love garlic. I love cheese. I love toast. There's just nothing bad about what you just described for lunch. That sounds amazing. But yes. Okay, so yeah, but that's so that was basically I drew the line there. I'm like just like cannot with these people today. And it's like my other favorite is, oh, yes, you must now please write a novel and then explain your creative process so that we can teach our artificial intelligence to write novels. That was my day, and I'm just like, I cannot. I will not, and I cannot, and I shall not. Um, nope, 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 nope. So Sage says the cheesy garlic toast. It's all that I can be bothered to make. Husbando is still in hospital, and I have no desire to go to the shop. Fair enough. And for that being all that you can be bothered to make, that is still a good meal. Um, and Sage just saying, why would I train myself out of a job? Exactly, but not just that. I'm. Eh, if you're going to pay someone, it's kind of the same as the master's thesis book, and this is probably a bit more controversial. But if you're going to pay someone else to write a novel, are you a novelist? Or if you're going to feed a story idea into AI and have it spit it out, are you really still a novelist? I don't know. I maybe I shall leave this on a rhetorical, philosophical note there and leave it there. But like I'm not exclusionary. Like whoever puts in the effort, they're welcome to become a writer. But I don't get this. I read a poem the other day that someone posted on Facebook about like a poem written for someone who fed a poetry idea into AI. And basically it was like, what were you saving yourself from when you decided to let someone else write the poem? It basically, I can't remember the exact words. I'll have to go find it one day again. But basically, it came down to the only thing that you saved yourself from is the point of writing the poetry in the first place. And that's been sticking with me for a while now because it's very much like putting into words the feeling I have around like why I do not ghostwrite for people, because I'm willing to consult with them and I'm willing to make the process of learning to write easier by explaining how I write and by giving advice based on how other people that I know write and how everyone's opinions are different, and it's really okay to try your own thing and to give people the confidence to go do that, but they still do it. And it's just that part of it, I think, is for me where this AI thing of like, oh no, we're feeding stuff into AI and it's going to just generate content so quickly. And I'm just like, you're kind of missing the point of why we write fiction in the first place or create art even. It's not just even about writing. Like for me, it's writing because I feel it on my own butt, but like the act of creation, that in itself is a thing, and that is what people connect to. It's not just the content. It's not just introducing a book into its own algorithms. Come on. Really? Really? Is this where we're going? Like, come on. Really? Anyway, Sage just saying, if you can't be bothered to connect to the emotions of writing a poem, then writing isn't going to connect with anyone. Yeah, exactly. But that's why I would never ask someone to ghostwrite a book for me. Like that person doesn't care about my story the way I do. So why would my reader care? Why would anyone care? And again, it's the same for me. It's the same with music. It's the same with poetry. It's the same with art. It's the same with voiceover acting. It's the same with everything that now suddenly has like AI breathing down our necks. It's just like people people don't I refuse to believe that people are only there to connect to like the barest bones of a story. Like I know people make money that way, but I can't believe that anyone in the world is going to ever remember that story and go, this is my favorite thing I ever read. This made me want to write a book. Or this changed my life. And I'm not saying this is what we should always be aspiring to as authors or writers or artists or whatever, but like, if I can say that something that I created made the world a little better for one person, that would have been worth it. But then it was because I did it and I reached out to that person through my writing, and that person connected to it on some level for some reason. Not because I cynically went and introduced my soul down into algorithms that I teach a robots to do it for me. I mean, no, I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of writers getting onto the AI bandwagon. And I don't know. I personally just feel like I get why people would do it, and I do get the allure, but I can't connect to the idea. But of course, for me, AI has been like nightmare fuel in my brain for a very, very, very long time. So, uh, The advent, the fact that it is actually happening in my lifetime is not inspiring joy in my life right now. But any hoodles. Okay, so let me see. I think for my next sprint, I shall do my meditation and then see how much time I have left when I'm done. But it should probably be no more than 20 minutes. Or, sorry, no more than 5 minutes. Um, but yeah, so I'm going to count us down and then I'll jump us in and see you guys in 25 minutes. Let me just do that. Play the 25. I'm just giving myself enough time to come back because I didn't the last time and that didn't go so quite so smoothly. There we go. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. See you in 25 minutes. And time's up, lovely people. Let me know how you did. I basically finished up my search for job being I did that last time as well, but like I basically just moved on from that and then did some breathing exercises and meditated. And now I feel nice. I always like if I meditate. It doesn't always happen, but some days I finish meditating and I feel like there's peace in the world, or at least in my world. Everything is serene, everything is peaceful, everything is awesome. So, yeah, so that's how I'm feeling right now, which is nice. Like a real blissed out feeling. Do, 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 do. But yeah, otherwise, I basically, that was pretty much that took up most of this last sprint. So next time, I'm trying to decide whether I think I should just do the check and plan budget thing and then go from there. Mm-mm-mm. Just quickly just checking what I've been doing so far today in terms of engaging my senses, which is another thing. Is now I'm doing my project management stuff differently. So uh, Sage says lunch achieved, some client revisions done, and I'm calling it a day because brain is tired. Nice, nice, but well done. You sound like you at least got some stuff, so that's always a good thing. But yeah, so I'm glad if you at least managed to get some stuff done on our very low key, very cool, very calm and relaxed live stream. So we'll see how much I can still get done. I think I'm I should probably do a little bit of housekeeping because I think it's a little unpractical some of these things on my list. So let's quickly pop that onto the stream. Yes, exactly. As Sage is saying, we are not sprinting, we're strolling. Yes, we are doing a nice casual stroll through productivity land as well as through our own psyches and thinking about things and talking about stuff. And it's so much fun. I really enjoy it. I always appreciate having you to chat with. So, all right. So, tell a story. Still keeping it in the back pocket because I might still want to write something to be productive. Although I might leave that for tomorrow because brain is also tired on my side, being as it is 3:45 my time, PM. Shower probably going to be coming up in the next 2 hour sessions. Perfume as well. Yes, I do have a thing for perfumes. So, in case anyone is wondering, I'm a little bit of a collector. I have, I think, I can't remember how many I have 18 different perfumes. And I've actually started to review them. So, there's this site called Fragrantica that is basically like a social network, but for people who are crazy about perfume. So, I've been systematically going through my perfumes, wearing them, kind of keeping track of how they smell throughout the day. And the reason why this is in the task list is actually part of this thing. So this is what I call engage senses and anchor, which is just like an everyday task that I create for myself. And basically it's I don't know if you know that exercise of like find one thing you can touch, find two things you can smell, find three things you can see, etc. So kind of like that, but I try to focus on activities. So each of these tasks that I have under either plan or reminders, I would kind of go like, let's say I say I want to practice German. Then I would say, okay, so what am I focusing on in terms of like anchoring myself in this present moment? So then I would go through this list and I would have touch, sight, hearing, smell, and taste, which is like our 5 physical senses. Then I have feel, move, be, which would be a bit more abstract. So these are more emotional and also physical, but it has more to do with the spiritual side of things. And then I have mental side things, which would be the planning, the building, the clearing, and resting, which is so planning is just literally like I would put something like my budget that I want to check later on, I would put that on the plan. Build can either be something physical that I'm literally building something, or it could be something like I'm building resilience to stress, or I'm building my understanding of a situation by writing out an analysis, or it could be anything like that. I'm leaving it's purposefully one word phrases here because I want to kind of be creative in how I um, apply them to my life. And then clearing could also be a literal thing of like either like tidying up my room, or it could be going through my emails because my inbox has a tendency to stack up quite quickly. So it could be clearing emails, or it could be that one stupid task that's been drifting around on my to do list for 2 weeks and I just want to get it done. That can also go under there. And then there's support, produce, learn. So support is something, it's usually something to do with like producing something, but it would be like in preparation of that. So for example, um, I want to make a video, but before I do that, I want to decide where I want to shoot the thing. So it could actually also be planning, but it kind of goes both ways. That it's a little less technical than planning, but more just like the first steps in preparation of doing something. So for example, another example, if I decided to cook something, support would be buying the stuff and finding the recipe. Um, and then whereas produce would then be the actual meal that I would then create out of it. Or um, producing could also be writing. It could be running a live stream. It could be anything like that. And then learning. So like the German lessons would go under learn, but it would be any new skill or any new thing that I didn't know before that I'm reading about for whatever reason. It goes under there. So it's just basically to kind of make this is basically a reminder for me to take a step back before I do anything, to just kind of be like, okay, but what am I actually doing? So like, how am I experiencing this thing that I am going through? And the reason why I do it this way is that it helps me not stress as much, and it also gives me that sense of groundedness, um, that is very important when one has a desire to dissociate every now and then due to anxiety disorder. But yeah, so that's basically the thing that I was mentioning about having changed around how I go about my tasks. I I'm no longer quite as much about productivity as much as I am about, I don't really know how to put this. I'm like I want still I do I'm still productive, but I'm very much more focused on my sense of well-being first, and then out of that things like productivity and creativity must flow, because I've spent too much time putting creativity and productivity and being there for other people first at the cost of my own well-being, and basically ended up feeling like a wrung out sponge. And now I'm basically at this phase of my life, I'm basically about putting the resources back into my soul, to so to speak, so that I can be there for people, and so that I can be creative and I can be productive, but in a more sustainable way, because I'm not draining myself of resources in order to do it, because I feel like I was very extractive with myself. Like extracted everything that I considered to be of value of who I was, to make it like to make money and to survive and to whatever. And now I'm more about like a cyclical way of being, in the sense of that if I'm tired, I take it a bit slowly, but I'll still do things, but I'm not going to punish myself about it. So today we are, hence the productivity stroll. I might steal that from you, Sage. I'm going to, next time we have one of these, I'm just going to say, call it a productivity stroll instead of a marathon or a sprint. But because it does fit with a theme. But yeah, no. So that's basically how I'm doing at the moment with this. But it's actually also there's a lot more going on here than that. But that's the one main aspect of how my productivity approaches have changed. Um, okay, Sage said, and now I'm just keeping half an eye on the inboxes and waiting for updates from husbando and my boss because they're both having procedures right now. Oh goodness. Well, I hope everything goes okay. That's always yeah. I know, like, even if it's a routine procedure, it's still like there's a part of you that's a little bit like, oh my gosh. And Sage also saying, oh, that's a good reminder. I need to do my Russian lesson for the day. Good, good. I'm glad I reminded you. And Sage saying, I'm welcome to use the phrase. Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. So I think with that said, I think I'm going to set us up for the next casual stroll through productivity. And I think I'm going to practice a bit of German and see how much of my budget I do get through now. And then I will see you in 25 minutes. So I'm just going to set myself a reminder so that I can make it back. So, in case anyone wonders why I have a reminder timer, it's because both literally and figuratively, I have too many tabs open in my life. And because of that, it means it takes me forever to find StreamYard to actually come back and say, hi, how did you do? I might actually forget about StreamYard entirely if I did not have a reminder timer. So there you go. And we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Sage says husbando is out of his procedure and it went well. And now to wait for the results. Oh, I'm glad. I'm really glad. But the fingers crossed that the results are good news. All right. So counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Have a casual stroll through productivity. And I'll see you in 25. And time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you're doing. I basically finished my German practice. Well, not completely. I think I want to kind of watch a series or something to just help my immersion along a little bit. But I can't decide whether I want to try a new series or just watch like Dark or something like that. That one of my favorite series. Just watch it again in German and just kind of go from there. So I'm still deciding, but I'm kind of leaning towards Dark because I've watched the first two seasons a couple of times each already, but uh, the third season I've only seen once, so I should probably watch that again because it's a bit of a complex thing. Ah, same shade, Sage. Sage just saying, I did nothing that stroll. I'm battling a headache now, and I think I'm just going to wait for 5 p.m. and then get back into bed. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. When I have a headache, that's usually the only thing that helps. It's just something to dull the pain a little bit. So it could be lavender tea or something along those lines, and then cover my eyes and close them. So the top of the hour did pass, so we're at 4 p.m. So I should probably check my next list of tasks before that I'm going to be doing from 4 until 6 p.m. So I'm still busy with the planning of budget, and I think there's a German TV series episode or two waiting for me for tonight. But I'm going to just see if there's anything else I want to do. So I think now is the time for that I'm going to put the shower and perfume thing on because it's starting to get a strange cold. So I think uh, taking the shower is going to be nice and warming, and then I can kind of use that to start winding down for the 6 to 8 p.m. kind of time because 8 p.m. is more or less when I start turning off lights so that I can prepare for bed. Yes, I am a complete party animal, as you can tell. But it's important because of the fact that my energy levels are still not quite what they should be, even though I've been dealing with the energy issues since last year already. So I just want to reconnect the Trello. Behave. So that one. And then I'll pick a perfume. I actually don't have a lot of wintry perfumes. Most of mine are either like all year round or they're more summer or spring orientated. So it's just something that occurred to me because I feel like I should. Do you know what? There is actually one that I'll probably um, go with. And is a bit more of a warm, spicy kind of musky lavender scent. It's supposedly unisex, but it leans a lot more masculine. But I'm thinking, given that I'm going to sleep tonight, my lavender is a um, nice pick. And on top of that, I'm still trying to figure out if I actually like that scent on myself because it is a bit of it's quite a punch in the nose. So I'm still deciding. I haven't decided yet. What else can I do? I think I'm going to do this one. So I'm trying to move around more because of that high blood pressure that I mentioned earlier, the sprints. The doctor said I should try to do 30 minutes of exercise. Try to do it every day, but otherwise as frequently as possible. So far I've been quite good about that, but I'm feeling a little lazy today. So I think so. Yeah. So I this could be cardio, it could be weights, it could be whatever. But I'm kind of thinking I'm leaning towards something Pilates, stretching, something along those lines, for which I can turn the heater on and I can do that in front of the heater. So I'll think about that one, but I will do something for 30 minutes. And then I think, okay, this I want to actually move into another. So I'll do this, I'll move this to tomorrow for now. But what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to pick random dates for these because right now I do not have that kind of cash flow because I had a crazy rough month where I was sick for most of it and unable to work. But I'm getting better, so I'm hoping that later this month I can freely save as much money as I want. Uh, I'm not that rich. I wish I was, but no, I'm not. Okay. I'm just quickly doing some housekeeping while I'm here because we're starting to get to the wind down stage of my day, so it makes sense to start having less things on my to-do list, either because I finished them or because I'm moving them to tomorrow. Um, this thing, do that tomorrow because it involves me finding my banking records and stuff, and I just can't be bothered right now. Again, it's not like I can invest even if I do set it up now. Then this could also form part of my 30-minute movement. And hey, let's see. Before I continue with housekeeping, I see some comments came in. So Sage says, my insomnia is getting bad again thanks to trying to work around load shedding. So my sleep schedule is a mess, but I'm usually zonked out by 9 p.m. as well. Yeah, I know what you mean about the load shedding. I think my cousin was very wise and she invested in an inverter. And I think that is by far one of the best things she has ever done for the both of us because I live with her. So, and both of us work from home. So it's beautiful. Theoretically, I could even plug my computer in, but it does help that I actually just have internet at all times, which is lovely. Wendy's here. Hey, Wendy. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Just so you know, we're doing what we are now calling, Sage has coined the phrase, but now I have adopted it. We are doing a productivity stroll. So we are doing sprints, but we are being very casual about it because we are tired and lazy and headachy and who knows what else. So we're just chilling out and catching up and doing things in between. So that was what you caught me doing now is I'm just kind of looking over things and yeah, just seeing how they are. So I'm going to. This is basically just going back to what I was doing where with like moving things out. Uh, this is basically for one of my contracts, but the person who is supposed to provide this work plan to me is busy with other things, so I can't do anything until he is chill. So I'm going to move this to Wednesday so that I don't have to move it tomorrow again. Shopping list. This is just literally a reminder of the things I need to buy. I think I can move that to tomorrow. No, when am I going to town? Let's do it Wednesday-ish as well. I need to buy Brovecto. This is also not particularly urgent. And in case anyone is wondering about Floof and Bean, they are my two cats. Floof being the floofy one with blue eyes, and Bean being the black and white one that occasionally photobombs my streams, or she has been lately. But she hasn't made many appearances because I haven't yet been very active since she has joined my family. But yeah, okay. So I think that is about where we're going to be for now. Okay. Wendy says, I'm doing well. I'm so happy to see you. Likewise, likewise. It's nice to see you again. And Wendy also saying, we are tired too. Yeah, no, I think tired is a state of being these days. Sage saying, yes, an inverter is on the list, but we've had a lot of unexpected bills, so the finances are not there at the moment. Yeah, that's of course the other thing. Um, it's quite an expense. So yeah, with that in mind, I think let's jump into the next sprint and see how far we get. I'm going to just activate my reminder timer. Oh, in case maybe before I activate the reminder timer, I feel like it is important to kind of just show the floof and the bean because they are my companions today. I am literally working from bed because I am that lazy. Yes, I am. That's my blanket. But this is the floof and the bean. So Floof went on an adventure a month or two ago, and then she met another cat, and the cat bit her, and the bite gave her an abscess. So she had to go for an unexpected operation, which was very, very well timed. So well timed, in fact, that I decided to take out finally at last, after like postponing it for 5 years or so. I finally took out pet insurance because I just realized I cannot keep paying for this cat because she's never sick. But so far, in the past like year, she's been for 2 operations that both cost me over $300 each. Because once she jumped through palisade fencing and cut open her stomach, and now she had this abscess that was so big, it grew so huge because her being a floof ball, you don't see things until she's literally like next to you and you're petting her and you're like, wait, there's a bump. What's this bump? They literally had to shave her to actually see how big it was, and just like for comparison, um, how to compare? Um, I think like looking at it like at this distance, I think the incision they had to do to open the abscess was like 3 inches long, which for a cat that's pretty big. So, but I just decided, even though it was so incredibly well timed, um, the the fact of the matter is it's better to just go for the operation than trying to clean it without operating, because you just don't know if you get everything. And with her long hair, you don't know how long it's going to be until it affects again and starts all over. So I ended up doing the operation so that they do it properly. They cut out everything that's like dead cells and stuff like that to make sure it can't infect again. So so for now, since it's winter, she is now inside cat. She's not very happy about it, but inside cat remains inside cat for now. And the other one is now 7 months old. So she is inside cat because she needs to get spayed. So, but because other cat ate my operational budget in terms of veterinary costs, she has to wait a little bit. So she's inside cat because I don't want her to go play outside and come back with 6 little kittens, her being 7 months old herself. So, as adorable as she is. But yes, so that's the story of my cats at the moment. But yes, Wendy's saying, "Oh, they look cozy." Yes, they are very cozy, and I love them to bits. The little Bean is the short-haired one, obviously not being the floof, but Bean is the most snuggly, lovable cat I've had in a very long time, because she literally, like, at night she'll come and she'll lie down here on my chest, and then if I'm not petting her enough, she starts giving me kisses on my nose. So she is incredibly lovable. And then when I was just saying, "Oh no," about the operation, saying, "I thought that story was going to end very differently." Yes, I can imagine. I can imagine. But so is my life. I full of unexpected twists and turns. And Wendy also saying, "I understand. We've had to pay bills quite a bit. Oh, quite. We've had to pay quite a bit for cat surgeries, but we love them and it's worth it." Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't regret the surgeries, but I regret the fact that my cat seems to intuitively know when it's like, freelance work has a cycle to it. I don't know if you find that to as well, Sage, but like there are good months and then there are little slumps and then there are very good months and then there are big slumps. And she has this intuitive psychic way of figuring out how and when to be in need of an operation when I'm in one of those slumps. I don't know how, but it happens. So that's kind of why I've decided to do the insurance thing now because like I said, she doesn't really get sick and stuff when she needs to go, she's expensive. The first time I had to take her to the vet was because she managed to break her leg. So, and that was at age 6 months. So yeah, she's an expensive little kitty when it comes to that. But I have to say they're both very healthy cats. I haven't had problems with them because I feed them nice food. I feed them better food than I'm likely to feed myself. But yeah. Oh no. Sorry. Let me just read. So Sage saying, I feel you, Misha, between hospitalizations and vet bills, and the municipality suddenly deciding that we owe almost 7,000 rand. So for reference, that's $350. If I calculate it like roughly at the moment. In electricity bills, budget is kaput. That is. I feel for you. That is just horrifying. I'm so sorry. I is there a way to fight the bill? Like in Afrikaans 'n vertoorig, kan jy nie 'n vertoorig nie because that is just oh no, that is awful. Wendy saying sometimes I wish someone would take care of me as well as the cats are cared for. I know, right? I know. Just commiserating with Sage there. All right. So in the meantime, I'm going to set us up, and I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. So a 5, 4. Oh wait, let me just run my own timer so that I don't forget to come back because that is how tired the brain is. Like I would forget I'm on stream right now. Okay, so there we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. time's up, lovely people. Let me know how you did. In case you were wondering at my blowing a kiss, I just blew a kiss at my aunt who also lives with us, so my cousin's mum. And she just let me know that she's going with my cousin to go pick up the toddlers. So it might get a little noisy here, but I'm not going to stop quite yet because I'm kind of feeling like, despite me being on a very casual mode, we're actually kind of on a roll here. So, while it's a good thing, I'm making it last and all that. So let's see. We have a lot of comments. So let me roll back. Uh, yeah. So before I asked if you could if Sage could appeal, that was the word I was looking for, appeal on the rate that they charged for the power. And then Sage responded and said, no, the problem here is the municipality hadn't sent a statement in months. Now, again, for those of you who are not South African, this is something that happens regularly. Like, if you have a municipal account and it's not like a pay as you go where you can buy like units ahead of time, there's no control of how much you actually spend on power because they don't send the statements in time. And if I say they, I mean Eskom, which is our monopolistic single state-owned municipality, a state-owned power utility, with all of the problems that that implies. Like, do not for a second think that they are outperforming their situation here. They do not. Anyway, crazy eyes again, but Kusa. And Sage continues. So we were paying an amount based on what we had been paying previously, just so that they wouldn't cut us off. Which again, people have to do because they don't get told how much to pay. But also, if you don't pay an amount, they cut you off. When you're just wishing us happy loose printing, thank you. I hope you did well. And then Sage continuing, but apparently, somewhere along the way, there was a tariff increase. Yes, and quite a big one too, I'm afraid. So we weren't paying enough every month. But did they send us a statement? Of course not. We just had some municipality oaks show up at our gate with a letter saying that we had 7 days to settle or be disconnected. And now, for reference, in South Africa, I think 3,500 Rand is our monthly minimum wage. So we're talking about twice the monthly minimum wage they charge Sage here. So this is outrageous. This is fucking insane. I'm so sorry. And like I responded here, there is only one word that is coming up in my mind in response to this whole situation, and it is definitely not suitable for live streaming. For Sage's benefit, I will though say that the thought that came up in my mind started with a P and ended with an S. And for everyone else's benefit, it starts with a C and it ends with a T. But we use the word in a different context, kind of like, yeah. So you get the idea. But like, this is crazy. Sage agreeing, saying absolutely. Luckily, says Sage, H earned a bonus in May. So he was able to settle the amount and prevent that disconnection, but there went all our other plans. Yeah. That just sucks. I'm glad you were able to prevent the disconnection because that would have been even worse. But like, it's very I've actually had this experience like about a decade ago. Not me myself, but like when I was still living with my family. Um, there I gave something away for those of you who have been following today's live stream. But where we just got the thing where they didn't send us a statement, and then they just said, "Oh, it's a true reading," but they wanted us to pay 21,000 rand. But then, fortunately, we had it was December. We had nothing better to do, and we had gas stove, so we just said, "Okay, fuck it, turn it off then," because that cannot be a true reading. We didn't even see someone show up, and we all work from home. So what the anyway? So in the end, they lowered it to 12,000 rand because they just wanted us to pay something in the end, and then they turned it back on. But like, they wrote off the rest because they realized this isn't going to work out the way they thought it would. But it just sucks because you people are so dependent on power, and then if they're not like where you have the situation where you have backups that are not driven by electricity, they just basically they can basically extort you, which sucks. And they can and they do, because I maintain we did not owe 21,000 Rand. At that stage, there was no way to reach 21,000 Rand in electricity costs because it was 10 years ago. So, yes, make of that what you will. Sage also saying, oh, and my car had to have its 165,000 kilometer service last week as well. Yes. I also, it's like when you get into the car and it just goes ping, ping, check inspection, and you're like, why now? Why right now? My car is currently standing in the garage because its water pump broke while I didn't have, and then I was supposed to register the car for a new license because, of course, I moved provinces. And then, um, yeah, so it's still not registered, even though I did fix the pump, which also, incidentally, that was also during the same time with like the cat and the whole story, was also a good $150 just for a bottle. Um, but I'm trying not to sound insane or look insane, but I know I look insane, and it's just okay. We accept me as I am. I'm sure. Um, but yes, so I those sudden unexpected costs, and it's just like, because then I actually took my car in for the bottle, and the guy's like, "Oh, did you know you're supposed to do your inspection?" And I'm just like, "Really? Oh, fantastic! Wonderful! Go ahead!" And it's just like another fucking $100, and it's like, yeah, no, I wasn't very happy. Sage saying, "You're on a roll with your stroll." Yes, indeed. Yes. Wendy saying, "I'm all about the kisses." Indeed, indeed. Yep, yep, literally, Wendy. So, Wendy saying, "So you just have to guess and hope you weren't underpaid?" Yep, yep, yeah. And most people do. So, because we never know, you kind of always assume that you spent less than you have, because why would you think you're wasting electricity or whatever? And then, or like what happened now with Sage, because we've had some regular, not regular, but often frequent tariff increases. And it's happening so much now that sometimes it doesn't actually make the news. So none of us actually know what the rates are. So it's like a complete guessing game. And and then people get caught like this. So they in South Africa now, a lot of people are switching over to prepaid power, which is like a machine that's connected to your circuit board that basically measures the units, and then you preload the amount almost like you would with a mobile phone if it's not on a contract. And then you buy a specific amount, and you can check the units and see how they're going down and buy more if you need. But it just gives you better control, honestly. But it's still that is a slip on another side, because then sometimes those places where you can buy the power, the machines don't work and you can't buy power. And especially for people, if you have like banking, certain kinds of banks here, we can buy it online. But for the poorer people who are now forced to go on prepaid power, due to reasons I'm not going to go into now, because it's 20, 30, 40 odd years of history. Those people get stuck without any electricity, which is fantastic considering the fact that they live in shanty towns with no insulation or anything of the sort, and it is now winter. Say nothing more. I say nothing more. And just Sage saying, yep. And Wendy saying, that is so unfair. And when I described the word that was coming up in my mind, Sage just said, yes, that's what I thought. Um, Yeah, it's Wendy saying, I'm doing so much mental spelling now. Indeed. Sage saying, our country is in shambles. And you know what? It's not even the worst. That is actually the scary thing. Like, we are, there are a lot of things for us to complain about, and we do, because complaining is a national sport in our country. But yeah, there are countries that are worse. And I'm working with some of them, which is why I know it is scary. Um, Sage saying, "Yep, that's a familiar story too. The one about the prepaid power." Um, Sage saying, and also in 2011, when I was still living with my mom, we had our power get cut off because our neighbor at the same number, one street down, was in arrears because the municipality is so smart. Mm. Yeah, that's yeah, not cool. That is. Oh, I would want to set something on fire. I have to say. I'm not saying what I would want to set on fire, but something would. I would need to burn something, like probably like stack a bonfire in my backyard or something. Um, yeah, like you're saying, Wendy, it's total acceptance for insanity in this case. Yeah, but if you don't learn to complain and then move on about these things, you'd lose your mind, because if you actually think about like how broken the system is, um yeah, the mind boggles, like literally, like even me just happening now, just referring to it made me think of it, and my brain is just like, so yeah, I cannot. I cannot with this. um yes. And then of course there's load shedding, which for those of you who are not in South Africa is a condition called rolling blackouts, where our monopolistic single state utility turns off the power by turns in every municipality in this country. Otherwise, we have too much demand and unable to make the supply, so we risk a total blackout, which would put us back into the Stone Age. So that's also a thing that's going on at the moment. So now, in addition to all this, um, now Sage has a very valid question. Yes, exactly. And given that we are without power up to 12 hours a day on most days, how do they think we used 7,000 rands worth of power? That is an excellent question, my dear. That's why I asked if you couldn't, like, because there's no way, darling. Like, how? I don't know. Unless you have like a huge house and 20 geezers, but we both know that's probably not the truth. Um, they do. They very much do, because it's a monopolistic. It's a state-owned monopoly, so they just, the same people who should be regulating this company owns the company, and there's only one. Again, with all the implied negative side effects that this would have if you even have the most rudimentary concept of how economics works. Mm. But the best thing is their solution for this, and I'm not going to go into this too much because I don't want to talk too much politics. I will stick to the problem at hand, which is the power supply. But their solution to this is to launch a second state owned power utility. I will leave that there and let your mind boggle on its own about how that's going to possibly fix anything. But yes, so like Wendy said, this is an absolutely crazy system, and it sounds like they have you by the balls. They do. They have all of us. And you know what? We're actually still okay because we're middle class. So we have some defense against this. We have the luxury of some defense against this. But we have so many people in this country, especially after COVID, who are living below the breadline, and they are fucked. And I'm saying this without any, like, they are fucked. because power is going off for 2 hours a day. And to give you an idea, we are below freezing temperatures and it's not properly winter yet. Just, yeah, just going to just putting that like into perspective there. Like we can complain, and I do complain, but I'm even better off than Sage is because Sage is not in a metropolitan area, whereas I am. So I have limited load shedding, whereas Sage does not. And still, I think Sage can agree with me that Sage and I are both better off than the poorest parts of our society that are affected by this as well. And yeah, it's like we make jokes about it because it's like it's a survival, it's a coping mechanism. But there's a part of this where if you really start thinking about it, it's terrible. It is I, I don't even have words for it. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah. Um, Sage talking about that situation about the other house being in arrears and them being cut off. Sage says, and it meant both me and my mom having to take a day off and go and sort it out because they wouldn't deal with me by myself because I wasn't the account holder, but my mom was. And my mom was already terminally ill. Oh, I'm so sorry. And needed my help to stand in the queues the whole day just to be told, actually, no, our accounts were fine. Really? They do rolling blackouts in some states in the US as well, says Wendy. I'm glad I don't live in one of those states. Yeah, like, but the thing with rolling blackouts, I think in the states, from what I understand, is it's for a reason. Like, for example, your power grid gets knocked out because of a blizzard or whatever. Ours is because, again, single state owned monopolistic company. They had no incentive whatsoever to think for the past, shall we say, 35 years, give or take. Hey, good golly, we have a growing population, and now because of the end of apartheid, because yes, that is a thing, we are going to acknowledge that that was a thing. We acknowledge it. We know that it was bad on this stream. Um, but after the end of apartheid, everyone who had not been on the grid before was put onto the grid. Those, the poverty stricken people that I mentioned before, which again, reasons, lots of history. I'm not going to go into it, just say I'm not justifying anything there. But what my point is here, they were brought onto the grid, but they did not build more power supply. So our demand, more than, I don't even know, I have no idea by how much it increased, but probably more than doubled. But they firstly did not build more capacity, and secondly didn't maintain the capacity that we had. And because of that, that is the reason, the two reasons why we all have to deal with this shit now. And the second reason is because now we had this president a few years ago that literally stole so much money out of our country that he basically tanked our entire economy. So all the government spending went into his fucking pockets. And they couldn't fix the situation when they had a chance to fix it. And now we are sitting with almost daily load shedding of at least 2.5 hours per session. But for outside of metropolitan areas, we're talking about 5 hours per session. And yeah, we're still trying to play catch up for the money that was stolen before. So you just never catch up when stuff like that. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever had someone steal money out of your business. This is now almost like that moment where the guy who played Saruman and the Lord of the Rings, whose name now escapes me, turned around and asked Peter Jackson, "Have you ever heard a man scream?" Because I have. So I've had this. Have you ever had someone steal a significant amount of money out of your business? Because I have. And no matter what you do, you will never make that money back, and you can almost never undo the harm that was done by that money getting stolen in the first place. So that's basically where we're at. We're again, that's as close to politics talk as I'm going to get. Not naming parties, not naming names. Whoever is interested can go read about it in the newspapers. But yeah, this is the reality we're dealing with, is that we had so much damage to our infrastructure because of this huge amount of theft that was going on, that we cannot, that it's really, we're staggering. And it's, I think, yeah, it's almost a decade later and we're still staggering under that, like under the damage that that caused. And yeah, it's really sad because we have so much potential. But yeah, I have to believe that one day it can get sorted out. We will find a way forward with the right leadership. And I'm not saying who or what the right leadership is, but we have to kind of get out of, like, as South Africa, as a country, we need to get out of our own way because we're very good at that as well. So yeah, stop scoring the own goals. But that is, I'm being purposefully vague because I can't say too much. I can't really talk too much about political things without risking damage to my job and stuff. So yeah, that's where I'm going to go with this. Anyway, um, okay, I read this one. I read this one. Read this one. Yes, I know, I know. And Sage saying, "Nope, I have a teeny tiny 80 meters square." What? Sorry, sorry. I apologize for the people who might have been deafened just now, but 80 square meters, and that's what you. I'm sorry. Like, how many years was this? Like 10? No, man. That is. You have to ask the people that you're subsidizing to please use less power, because really, that is just what? No, 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 no. Yes. So Wendy's saying, "Oh, nice. So two entities can screw you over, one ball for each." Indeed, indeed, exactly. You get it now. Oh no. Oh, yeah, but they are pursuing. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So now I have to also mention this part of the thing when I mentioned the corruption. So it's the fallout from this guy stealing so much money was that now a lot of people within state-owned organizations, and I'm not just referring to this company, just FYI, it's everywhere. Because if your own president does this to your country, then why would you not eat as well? So many people in the police, in our telecommunications company, which is also, by the way, a partially state-owned entity, in our power utilities, our water supply, our train service, our logistical service, our gosh, our harbors, our schooling, our public hospitals. Name it, it's everywhere, because now all of the people, when they get their hands on it, they actually find ways to inflate the costs, to steal money, to embezzle. There's like a thing like where in our state owned entity, someone went and put in an invoice for a mop, and that mop cost over 160,000 rand, which is, let me just do it, $8,000 for a mop. So they bought the mop, they put in the wrong amount so that they could pocket the difference and not get tracked down until there were audits. It's, yeah. So it's not just like one person. One person basically just caused an avalanche, because why would you be honest if you see these people enriching themselves and you're struggling to make ends meet, because these people are enriching themselves so they don't have enough money to pay your salary. Again, yeah, it's like it's a systematic, the problem is actually a systematic problem now. And anyone who has tried, we've had the guy who used to be the CEO of this power utility. He tried to root out all of these like people who are siphoning off the money and preventing the stuff from getting fixed, like these saboteurs that Sage mentioned here. And he got poisoned for his efforts. He just he luckily survived because he realized he wasn't feeling well, and he went to the hospital, and then they tested him and found arsenic. So someone put arsenic into his coffee. um he's now quit, and I would too. I do not blame this man for a second, because I think withdrawing from this situation is just better for your health. Go figure. But yes, so it's we are working on it. I think I have to focus. Like, there is some good coming off this. It's just feeling like it's not happening fast enough for real difference to be made, and that's sometimes frustrating. But I have to believe that there are still enough good people in this world that we will one day be able to figure this shit out. But it's a big, deeply entrenched problem that we have right now. And the fact that the entity is state owned is not helping, because in South Africa, it's very similar to the US in this respect. If you have a publicly traded company, there are regulations that you have to adhere to with regards to transparency, with regards to obeying regulatory laws for your industry, your tax, all that stuff needs to be like available for the public to access. This is not technically true. Like, in on paper it is that we're expected that it should be discussed in parliament or whatever, but again, the lawmakers are in control of the company, so there is no reason why you should be transparent with what is actually going on. And yeah, so it's just a mess. uh Wendy's saying, oh my, yes, 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 yes. And Wendy also just saying, ugh, Sage, what a nightmare. I'm so sorry about your mother. And Sage just saying, yep. And in towns like mine, which has a neglected power grid, which sometimes don't get power back after load shedding, and we've had a 29-hour outage a few weeks back, which meant both the cell tower and the municipal water pump, oh no, stopped working. So we had no power, no water, and no connectivity at all. Yeah. And this is basically, so if we ever had a full blackout, this is basically what that would be like. No clean water, no connectivity, no power. The generators would give out. So we wouldn't have hospitals, we wouldn't have life support, we wouldn't. It's it's terrifying to think of, actually. Wendy says, in the States, it's usually because of heat waves, and those states sell their surplus powers to other states, but no one figure out that maybe they should keep some in reserve. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Wendy's saying, a decade later, good grief. Indeed, indeed. Exactly, like Sage was also saying, for all the troubles we have here, we still have many ways in which we have it better than certain other countries. And that was my question as well. Wendy's saying, I worked for 2 insurance companies, and the $8 mop was pretty indicative of how things work in insurance, like $300 aspirin. Yep, yeah, that's it's definitely a thing that we're dealing with. Like, in our medical, we have dual supply of healthcare. So we have the private supply and then public supply. And the same thing happens in the public supply. So now you have a situation where you go to a hospital with like a heart attack condition, and they can only give you a Disprin. So of course, when I had my near-death fake experience where my heart rate, or sorry, my blood pressure spiked to 199 over 110, I had to go to a private hospital, which of course also um, cost 150 fucking dollars because I'm still on a waiting list for my discovery for my insurance company to pay my stuff, so I had to pay cash. I wanted to cry. And of course, you find that amount that they hand over to you, and that's just to have the doctor like look at you. That's not like for any tests or anything. And you're like, um, this is not good for my blood pressure. You're making it worse. But yeah, so it's a thing. It's a thing. Uh, and when you're saying, "Oh my gosh, such blatant corruption," yeah, it's better now. Like our people are like the cheaters and the liars and the scammers are at least making an effort to hide what they're doing now. Like back then, like 10 years ago, there was no hiding it. It was just like, woo, we're doing what we want. It was that was madness. That was insane. Oh yeah, so this is now the CEO of our power utility that released a book, and then um, yeah, so it's he released a book about his time as the CEO of this company, and it got pirated and spread so quickly that the publishing house had to issue a statement saying that they could and would sue anyone who was found in possession of any illegal copies. Um, so yeah, that's also a thing that was also in the news list. I think so. When you're saying let's just pull our pennies together and buy a private island, yeah, we do brown bread instead of white bread for a few weeks, and then we put things together and we see like how far we go. Or we can do like maybe for a bargain we buy a haunted house and then we just live there in commune because at least if it's haunted, nobody's going to come bother us. Because I have to say, sometimes I'm very like I don't want to be bothered anymore. Wendy also saying, or pour some cement in a pond and declare it to be our country. Yes, that's a fantastic idea. Put a flag, we stick a flag in there. So, this is ours. I have colonized this pond island made of cement that I made. Don't ask too many questions. This is how it worked. Remember? I know, I know. Sage saying part of me thinks it might actually just be better if Lesotho goes through with trying to annex the Free State. Who knows? Maybe it is, but or my personal favorite, um, the Khoisan king wants to annex the Northern Cape and most of the Western Cape, and I think actually part of the Free State as well, which they have the best claim to because they really were in this country first, like before anyone else. And he already has like a cabinet and stuff, so it's like, yeah, you go, king. I'm my captain, my great captain, oh captain, my captain. I follow you where you lead because well now it's better, but like before that other guy, I think a rock with like a smiley face painted on would have made a better president than that man. Man. But anyway, Wendy saying I can afford 2 bags of cement right now. Let's go. Well, that makes one of us. And Sage saying, at least then the petrol price will be lower. That's true. That's true. All right. So, after all this talk of power, as my face darkened for thematic impact, I suppose, but also mainly because I haven't had a chance to turn on the light yet, um, I'm going to set us up for our next sprint. So, I'm going to quickly turn on my reminder timer. And then we will count down and do 25 minutes of a stroll through productivity and see how much we can get done. So Uh, there we go. All right. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And time's up, lovely peeps. Let me know how you're doing. Sorry, I'm just picking up my knee a little bit because I need to change my position every now and then, or I'm going to get really achy and stuff because it's cold. Uh, I see Wendy said I'll be AFK for a bit. All good, all good. On my side, didn't do much. Kind of, I snacked. I found some knickknacks and I snacked upon them. And then, like, yum yum, motherfuckers. But the other thing I did is I heated up some bean bags so that my bed can be nice and warm because it started getting a little bit chilly in my room because I live in an old house, so and my room is one of those that never gets sunlight. Oh, and I turned the light and then I started looking at my at my Trello and just kind of started thinking a bit realistically about what exactly is going to still happen today. And I realized that physical movement is not going to be it because I'm not up to it right now. And I realized why this is the case because we recently moved house and we're still unpacking. And my cousin and I tackled quite a bit of moving around of quite heavy things and all that kind of stuff. And I think that took it out of me a little bit over the weekend. So I think that's why I'm a little tired. Because I realized like mentally I'm okay. I'm not that struggling. Like, oh gosh. I say that and then suddenly I'm like, how what is English? What are words? Do you eat them? But no. So it's I'm not mentally and emotionally that exhausted, but physically speaking, I'm actually quite tired. And I think you guys can see it like in a way. My eyes are a little bit hooded today. Let me just make this reappear, and you can see like my lids are a little bit heavy because I keep blinking and then they're fighting me. They do not want to wake up. So Sage says, I fed the dog, chatted with husbando for a bit, got a message from a client that is absolutely too stupid to deal with right now. Oh, I've had those as well. That was one of the best things when I reached that point of my freelance life where I could fire clients because that just, yeah, I cannot with stupid. But so I'm blessed to actually work with some of the smartest people I know, which is very nice. And Sage also saying the English is very delicious. Yes. That's also the terrifying thing that part of what I make money with is editing. I'm a good editor, y'all. Do not doubt me. I'm much better in writing though than I am in speaking. I'm not bad in speaking either, but I do have this tendency of my brain like running ahead of what I'm speaking, and then the most random shit coming out of my mouth. So this is my life. I must cope with it. I have a bean. I'm going to catch a bean. Ben, where are you? Hey, Ben. I'm going to catch the bean. Give me a sec. Benny! There we are. We have the monster, the creature of the night, the killer, the Ben. Hi. This cat legitimately thinks she's a badass and she's like this tiny little thing. But she's getting bigger now. When I got her 7 months ago, she could literally fit like into the palm of my hand. All hail the Ben! All hail the Ben! She is our cat overlord. So she's adorable. I love her. The floof is also beautiful and adorable, and I like just like she has a special place in my heart. The difference, though, is that Bean is very dignified and regal, like a queen. But as you noticed, when I speak like as if Bean is speaking, like if I give Bean a voice, she speaks like Gollum because she's like, I am a killer, a monster, a creature of the night. I kill Bean. I'm a killer. Do not tickle my belly. Whereas Floof is just, like I said, she's like, oh, she's like the Victorian child of this house. She's like, oh, why is she like this? Why did you have to bring her into our household, Mama? Don't understand. What did I do to deserve this cat? But yeah, but I have to say, being when I got her, she was tiny, but she very much actually resembled Gollum. Like she had like the weirdest face. Kittens, when they are very small, aren't really cute. They kind of grow into their cuteness. I have found. But yes, let's see. Sage said, "I'll deal with him in the morning. He wants revisions to a job that he had accepted and completed." And I'm like, my dude, my brother in Christ. That's a new order! Yes, yes, it is. And you can say, well, unfortunately, we have already completed this job, but I will give you a discounted rate for the new order because I will hope that the revisions are fewer than the ones that I had to do previously. But yes, so this is a thing that is happening. Uh, no, my personal favorite thing though is when you do like the layout stuff, and then afterwards people are like, "Please add this paragraph," and you're like, "No," and then they will be like, "No, but it's just a paragraph," and you're like, "Is it though?" Because with your 20 million photos that you wanted me to put in, every paragraph that gets added throws out the page, which means that I have to relay out every page after that paragraph. And I am happy to do this at the rate of $5 per image that I have to move. And then they stop very quickly. But I haven't done that in a while. But then my kind of, since I started freelancing, my job description just moved way far away from where I thought it was going to go. Like, way off. Like, not in a bad way. I'm really happy with how it turned out. But yeah. It's a lot more tolerable, let me put it this way, when you are working hourly contracts and then people do this kind of thing because it's like, will you revise this? And I'm like, well, yeah, sure. You're paying me for it. No. Okay, so Sage is saying it's a video script. He asked for a video script for a 3-minute video on quite a complex topic. So I delivered a video script with as much info as would fit into a 3-minute video. And now he wants more. More in depth detail on certain points. And then you're like, no, I delivered to spec. This is outside of spec. So we would really need to start a new project. I approve of your methods here, Dim. No, people, clients. Am I right? All right, so where was I? Oh, Trello. Okay, so physical movement is out for today. I decided I'm just going to rest physically so that I can have nice deep sleep. I suppose Pilates would probably have helped with that, but it is way too cold. Like, I know at the moment my computer says that it is 20 degrees and mostly cloudy, but I think it is lying because this temperature that I am currently suffering is hurting my face and therefore could not possibly be 20 degrees Celsius. Let me see what Google says. Let's see, weather in. Um, 9 degrees and uh, 4 degrees in an hour from now, and 1 degree by midnight, and zero, and zero, and zero, and zero, and zero until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Life is beautiful. Actually, I'm not really complaining though. I really like the cold. I find it cozy, but it is a little bit. Certain things become a bit more painful when you have to do it in the cold. Exercise is one of them. And that shower that I thought I was going to take, I think I missed my window of opportunity talking about ESCOM, which is making me even sadder. I think the best time to have taken that shower was 2 hours ago. But I did not know because I did not check the weather forecast. And now it's just like, I feel like I could hurt something if I take a shower now. Feel sorry for me. So yeah, so I'm contemplating moving it till tomorrow morning when we are at. Let me just check again. Okay, so at 2 p.m. tomorrow, we are at the hottest that we are going to be, which will be 18 degrees Celsius. But at least then I won't feel like I'm going to die. So yeah, probably going to do that. So yes. Archive. Archive. All right, so that leaves me with clearing emails, watching a German TV series, which I will do shortly. I decided to watch Dark again because I like Dark. Dark is my favorite series. It's like the only thing that I haven't written that I wish I had written, if I can put it that way. Like everything else, I love things like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, but I'm quite happy with the fact that other people wrote those things, but like Dark is fucking something else. I don't know if you've ever watched it, but like that is just like that one blew my mind from a storytelling perspective. So anyway, so I basically have like one more meditation, which I might or might not do today, about like doing more of the important things to you. It's like a course, but I'm thinking I'm a little bit tired, so I'm thinking that should also go to tomorrow because it's just being realistic. If I meditate now, I'm probably going to fall asleep, being as I am quite tired. Checking in with friends and family. Did some of that today. La 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 la. So I'll do that tomorrow. Yes, I do actually literally make myself a to-do list that includes that, like who I want to check in with today. And this is a physical thing. All right. So that's for tomorrow. Too late. Okay then. So that basically leaves. I can call that one done because I'm not going to do 6 breathing exercises today. Don't really need it. So clearing my emails, practicing my German, and the medication I have to take after dinner. So basically dinner is left. And lights off. So lights off is basically just around 8 or 9 p.m. I turn off my lights because these are kind of bluish colored and that's not very good for me. So all screens and stuff go off at around that time, and then with the idea that within like an hour I will fall asleep naturally and sleep really well. And usually what I do is I actually turn on a podcast. And at the moment, I'm kind of juggling 3 podcasts. The one is called Real Life Ghost Stories, which is, as you might have noticed earlier when I mentioned it, I am quite interested in the paranormal, like as a, I wouldn't say as a hobby, but as a way of life, I suppose. But basically, I grew up in 2 haunted houses, so given that your perspective on what is like possible in the realms of reality is quite different to what other people would think is like uh, normal. But the side effect of that is that I have a very healthy fascination with first person ghostly tales. So I don't really do like ghost stories and scary stories and stuff and horror and things like that as a genre. Um, but I enjoy listening to someone else telling me their favorite, like that time they saw something that they still can't explain. That's it's like my food. I love it. Um, but that's the one. Then the other one is called True Crime South Africa, which is actually really interesting. So I don't know if you like true crime, anyone who's listening to this, but True Crime South Africa is basically, as the name suggests, about true crime that takes place in South Africa or is related to South Africa in some way. So, for example, it might be a South African citizen that commits murder in another country, or is murdered in another country, or it's a murder that takes place in this country. Like, yeah, there. I'm trying to think of a nice big one that made international news. Mm. I've been listening to so many lately, though. There's a little bit of overload in my brain. The Van Bedra family murder. Uh, the guy took an axe to his mother, brother, father, and sister, and then tried to blame it on people who broke into the house. But turned out it was him because he wanted his inheritance, I suppose. Uh, And also, fun fact, per capita, South Africa is currently the most prolific country in the world for producing serial killers. So we like nominally, so number for number, one by one. South Africa comes second, only to the US. But per capita, so for every, I can't remember how many, but for let's say every X number of South African citizens, so many of them, uh, there's one serial killer. And that amount, I can't remember the exact statistics, so I'm not going to make it up on the spot, but it's quite alarming. But I actually learned on True Crime South Africa, I actually learned an interesting thing, which was that South Africa is actually part of why we have such a high rate of serial killers, is because we are actually one of the best countries in the world when it comes to catching them. Because where other countries measure their time to arrest in months or even years, South Africa, from the date where they become aware that there's a serial murder taking place, so there's some serial killer being active in XYZ place, from that point until that person's arrest and like the conviction takes longer, but the arrest of that person and then that person being convicted is 6 weeks. And actually there has never been a serial killer that has been arrested that the police service hadn't been able to collect enough and sufficient and good enough quality evidence that they had to be acquitted because of the quality of the evidence not leaving, or basically just leaving reasonable doubt. So in other words, there's 100%. I think actually I heard someone, if I remember, there was something like this: the success rate of catching serial killers in South Africa is something like 86%. So that is actually something I'm pretty proud of. So it's literally like, is it because we have so many, or is it just because we're really good at catching them? So we have selection bias where we look like we have so many serial killers because we actually just catch all of ours, whereas other people do not. Um, and we actually also have some of the best criminal profilers in the world, and they actually teach other people how to profile. So that was actually very interesting to learn. I did not know that until I started listening to this podcast and another one, which is called Profiler. And one of the hosts of Profiler is actually a guy called Gerard Labuskaghni. And he used to be the head profiler for the South African Police Service. And he used to be in charge of all of the serial killing cases in South Africa. He didn't solve all of them alone, because he has a team, but he basically managed that team of profilers and investigators who would then chase down these killers. So both of those, if you like true crime, oh, it's very good. I like Profiler. I like because it has this point of view of actually almost like this ex-cop, because he's retired now, but he used to be a brigadier in the police. But he discusses these old cases and any new cases from this point of view of like a psychological profile. So that's very interesting. And then True Crime South Africa, I like because I think it's something that's very rare in true crime as a genre. But she's very the host. Her name is Nicole Engelbrecht, and she is very focused on the victims. So the biography of, like, the first biography she'd share of like a serial killer is actually the victims' biographies, and then a little bit of like where the serial killer came from. But you make sure that you actually get to know the people who got hurt through this guy. Um, and that was actually, I really appreciate that, because I think um, there's actually sometimes this unhealthy approach to of like, oh, Ted Bundy, he was this and this, and he was this very intelligent killer, and la la la, and then it's like, no, he was a dickhead who killed woman. So anyway, I'm rambling. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. So let's see. Comments. Let me check the comments. Da-da-da-da. So Sage said, speaking of the client earlier, yep, this is 100% outside of the scope of the original order, and he will need to pay for the additional work. Yeah. Also, he accepted and completed the order. It is finalized, and even if he hadn't accepted and completed the order, the revision window is closed. Yeah. No, it's that one thing about you give her the pinky and he's trying to take the entire arm. And then Sage also just saying, I'd rather be cold than hot. Agreed, same. Because I can always grab another blanket or make another hot water bottle, but there's a limit of how much I can take off before I get arrested. Yeah, that's what my cousin also always said. Um, Sage just, I'm guessing, referring to True Crime South Africa. I'm saying I've heard very good things, but it's not kind of my kind of story, sadly. Yeah, there's definitely like, you have to be in a certain kind of mood. So I kind of switch off between the true crime and paranormal stuff. And then sometimes there's another one that I listen to called Happiness Lab, which is basically I think is it Stanford? Yeah, I think she's a Stanford psychology lecturer, and she has a course on how to basically make yourself like a kind of hack your way to happiness. But basically, how it actually works is you do work, but you find out like how your brain actually works to become happier and more fulfilled in your life and stuff. Because we kind of have this mixed signals and the wrong signals from our brain about what's actually good for us. And then what she like her suggestions are usually not usually always backed by scientific research. And then she has interesting guests who tell about their experiences and stuff. So I enjoy that one for a nice positive and uplifting thing if death and mayhem and paranormal ghosts and things are a little bit too dark for me. I like listening to that one as well. Oh. um saying that it was about dark. Oh, sorry, I forgot I mentioned dark. I was jumping between subjects very quickly, so I'm sorry about that. This is now ADHD brain stepping in because I'm getting sleepy. But yeah, so yeah, dark is really good, but it is definitely theirs. It's not for everyone, but like it's a. I don't want to give away spoilers, but like it's the only thing that I've ever seen that's sci-fi, time travel sci-fi, that actually uses like the paradoxes and stuff that usually forms plot holes as plot points. So I really found that really interesting. And then Yeah, thank you. So Sage just saying that we have 100% conviction rate of the serial killers that we arrest in our country. So yeah, there, where our yeah, for everything that we complain about our government services, the guys that sit up and pay attention when you're a serial killer, they're good at their job. So that's nice. At least that's nice to know that if we have a serial killer, he's not going to get too far, hopefully. But I mean, usually what happens is like we've had serial killers in the past, like Moses Itole and those guys who killed like 16, 17, 18 people. But then usually that's because for whatever reason they flew under the police radar, like by hiding their bodies really well, and then the bodies would start cropping up, and then the police, the moment they see, like they become aware that you're there, your time is basically running out. You yeah. But they in South Africa they basically treat serial killers and serial rapists um, the same way. And they actually also run profiles. Like if people find like something strange about a murder, they can actually call in this like profiling division to check out the scene, to give a profile, to kind of give an explanation of, is this maybe a serial killer, or is this maybe someone who's starting to be a serial killer, or what kind of person would do this, so that you can kind of track him down. So they actually do really, really good work. But yeah, so but it's really interesting if you're interested in that kind of thing and you're interested in profiling. The other podcast I mentioned earlier called Profiler, I think its full name is Profiler Africa. That one's a good lesson. And I really like the guy because he's like one of, like, literally, he was one of the highest ranked police people there because he was a brigadier. And he is one of the best profilers in the world, but he doesn't have, like, he has a very down to earth, straight, shoot from the hip, tell it as it is kind of approach to telling his stories. And I really appreciate that because you get, there's a certain man whose name I shall not name, who is a private investigator, who's an ex cop. And he is featured on a few documentaries, especially on Showmax. Um, not a fan because he's very, very, very arrogant, like deeply arrogant. So anyway, and like Sage says, so we in South Africa, we've got good things and bad things, just like everybody else. Exactly. We have to focus on that, and sometimes focus on the good things because it's it's necessary. All right, so I'm still waiting for my cousin to come back after going to fetch the kids. But I think what she did is she fetched the kids and then went shopping. So, do, 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 do. But I'm thinking, because it's now 6:30 p.m., so I am thinking I'm going to run one more sprint for us, and then we can chat a little bit longer. But then I'm going to wrap up because it's been a day. Um, but yeah, so I'm going to start my reminder timer. Step one. Okay, I think I'm hearing them now. So it's a good thing that this is the last one because we're probably going to go straight to dinner after this. Okay, so I'll count us down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. There we go. Time's up. Let me know how you did. I am going to start wrapping up because my cousin and my aunt and the two kidlewings have arrived. So I am going to wrap up for today so that I can help with dinner and just getting the kiddies settled in for the night. So I want to say thank you, first of all, for your company today. I actually got a lot more done than I thought I would. Um, so I this last one, I basically just stopped carrying things in. So I actually did get my like roughly 20 minutes or so of physical activity in. But and I also fed the puppy. So I've got a well, not me. I my cousin bought us as a family an Alsatian. So I've got a big dog that is a very hungry dog, and he is my cousin hurt a back recently. So I am uh, basically feeding him and wrangling him because he's a big boy and he's also 7 months old. So he is huge, but he thinks he's a little dog, and then he jumps and he like kicks you and things, and it's rough. But it happens. Sage says I did a lot of nothing, and I'm having one last drink and then heading to bed. Yeah, pretty much that's more or less what my evening is like. We're going to have dinner. I'm going to settle in the kiddies after they've had their bath. I think I might, maybe depending on whether or not someone else wants to settle them in. And then I might watch an episode of Dark before going to bed, or otherwise I'll just listen to a podcast and turn off the lights. And yes, I do listen to ghost story podcasts in the dark because I'm metal like that. All right. So once again, thank you to everyone who showed up today. And Sage, thank you for doing the complete stroll all the way from start to finish. I really appreciate your company as always. And yeah, I'll be back. I'm not sure if it will be this week or next week because basically at the moment I haven't really planned anything and I'm still kind of playing it by ear regarding like how I feel, whether I'm feeling up to being on screen and turning myself, into something approximate to a coherent person. But yeah, other than that, just if you haven't yet, do subscribe to my channel and hit the notification button because that is probably your best chance of catching me when I'm live again. But otherwise, yeah, I'm around. You can find me on almost all social networks, but particularly Wattpad, Facebook, Instagram, Patreon, Ko-fi. You can find me. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing, but there's a kid crying, so now I'm like, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Oh, but anyway, you can find me at /Misha Garrick, so like my name and surname without the space. And yeah, big things are coming. I will say that. I still need to plan all of it out to make sure they fit in right before I make any promises. But I'm excited to share them in the near future. But again, thank you very much to everyone, and I'll talk to you real soon. Take care and tell your loved ones that you love them because life is short and yeah, strange things happen. And with that said, take care. Love you all. Bye.